Morning, everybody. Can you all hear me? So last week we have discussed purchasing subject. I hope you will have gone in that. They also we need to complete the purchasing. There are few areas to be discussed. Last week we have discussed purchasing principles. So today we need to discuss something about purchasing cycle. So there is something called purchasing cycle. So this will be not only for hospitality industry, every industry. So we need to follow the steps in the purchasing cycle. So for your exam also, there might be questions from this area. What do you mean by purchasing cycle? What are the steps in purchasing cycle? And sometimes maybe briefly discuss each and every step in the purchasing cycle. So those type of questions can arise even in the exam. So if you look at what is purchasing cycle, basically the steps involved in the purchasing process. So the procedures followed by various type of purchase. Uh, it can be considerably vary industry to industry, but these are common to everybody that which somebody need to follow if you are doing purchasing. So first step is recognition of the need. So that means we need to identify the requirement. If there is a need arise to procure something, so then that is the time the purchasing cycle start. I think you all can remember last week we discussed lead time. Same thing. When the purchase identification recognized, so that means even the lead time and the purchasing cycle start from the initial step is identification of the need, recognition of the need. So you need to keep remember these steps. So after we identify the need, the requirement, so then what we need to do? So we need to determine what we are going to order. So that means we need the description of the item. So when we are giving the description, so we need to consider the quality and specification. I think we have discussed what are specifications, etc. So then based on what quality standard, so we discuss what do you mean by the right quality. So then the specification quality play a key component when it comes to the description of the need. So we need to give the correct description. Now, for example, if your hotel engineer need to order something, so then he can raise a purchase request. So we know now what is purchase request. So that is not enough. By maybe if he want to purchase something, he can raise a purchase request with clear description and clear specification. So when it comes to quality for engineering related items, sometimes it can be brand, or maybe he need to give what exactly he need uh, with the proper specification, maybe length wise, gram wise, or something like that. So after we identify the need, so then we describe the item. So after that, then we need to see at what quantities we need to purchase, how many numbers, how many kilos, how many liters, etc. Determining the quantity. So if we determine in the quantity only, so then we can raise the purchase request. Now you can see initial step in the purchasing process, purchasing document, raising a purchase request. But in the purchasing cycle, before placing requisition, there are three more steps. That means we need to identify what is our requirement. So then we need to give some details to the requirement with quality and specification. So then we need to decide what quantities we are going to order. So with all those things only, you can raise a purchase request. So now, if you are doing purchasing, so then these are the steps to be followed. You can even prepare SOP to your HOD teams and mention that if you all need anything from purchasing, so these are the steps to be followed. You need to give clear specification. Otherwise, what will happen? The whole process will be delayed because then Or otherwise, maybe you will be ordering some other item. The HOD is expecting something else, but you are ordering something else. So those type of miscommunication also can happen. So therefore, if the HOD, even the storekeeper, if he give the right quality, right quantity, right specification, so then it will be very easy for purchasing to do the ordering. So if you are purchasing manager, so then you can follow that. But if you are a operational person that you need to order something from purchasing, still then you know what sort of information that you need to mention in the purchase request in order to the purchasing staff to procure the item. So once you place the purchase request, that means we call it PR. So then it is the function of the purchasing manager or the purchasing officer to select the right source. So now last week we discussed what is right source. So we need to select the right supply. So then how do we select the right supply? So there are various methods to follow. Technical capability, financial capability, all those things need to follow. So that part will be done by purchasing staff. So then if we select the right source, that means basically in simple words, so we need to call quotation. And when we are calling quotation, we need to see whether the supplier is capable to supply these things, reliable supplier, etc. So then based on that, he can ascertain the price. It can be the lowest quote, or sometimes not the lowest quote, it can be the highest quote, because according to the specification and the brand. So we need this item, otherwise it will not fit for the purpose. So that is what we understand last week, saying quality, right quality. So how do we ascertain the price? Based on the quality and the specification. It cannot be always the lowest price. So we need to consider the quality uh, concept as well. So if that is okay, so then the next step is to place the purchasing order. So that means the purchase order. So then when we are sending a purchase order, everything should be clear to the supplier, because then the supplier should know what brand, what quality, what quantity, what the specification, all those things. So then what is your expected delivery date? Then otherwise it will be a operational problem, because if you did not give this information. And once you place the purchase order, it will be considered as a legal document, because if the supplier accepted the purchase order, so then it will be a legal document for the buyer and the seller. But in addition to that, so sometime we have seen purchasing staff, they will be sending the purchase order. After that, they are waiting the item is being received. So sometime if it is a stock item, maybe stock also nil. So storekeeper also has not followed. Purchasing person also not followed. Finally, there is no stocks for the operation. So it is the duty of the storekeeper as well, just to send not available notifications to the purchasing department saying this item is not available. But in addition to that, it is the duty of the purchasing officer also to make sure that the supplier has received the order. Sometimes we are faxing, we are sending by email. So if there's a technical problem, sometimes maybe the purchase order has not been reached to the supplier. Just give a call and confirm and get the acknowledgement. That means he has received the purchase order. So then, based on the delivery date, he need to supply the item. So then, after some time, let's say now you have given 2 weeks to him, so maybe after 1 week, so you can do a follow up. Even maybe till you get the items according to your expected date. So, as a purchasing officer, you need to follow up. So then after that, so then as a purchasing officer, you will be making sure that the items are receiving on time to the hotel or whatever the company. So then it is after receiving to the hotel, it is the function of the receiving officer. So we have discussed receiving function, who is handling receiving, what sort of verification need to be done at receiving, how to check the invoice, how do we check the temperature of the item, vehicle condition, delivery, receiving times, delivery condition, all those things we have discussed. So based on that, the receiving officer need to check the goods on delivery, and he need to make sure the quality, the rates and the expiry dates and items are not damaged. So everything will be checked. And if all those things are okay, so then he will be putting his seal. So then that means if the receiving person put his seal, then the security will be signing uh, for the quality or the relevant HOD. If it is food item, maybe the chef will be signing. So then receiving person can sign based on all those things. So then it will be sent to the if you are doing payments by in your same organization, so then you can do send the invoices certified by the receiving officer, send for payment to the accounts payable section. Sometime maybe some of the organization, they it will be not done at the hotel level, it will be done by third party. Some of the most other countries also doing the same thing. So it will be easy. Then you don't need a accounts payable person in the hotel. So there's a system. So then somebody can upload, even the receiving can upload all the invoices and all those things. So then another party will be doing the payment on behalf of the hotel. So if we are not doing something like that, just evaluate, because I have seen most of the group of companies, so they will be doing that type of payment process. They will not do the payments by their own. So then if that is the after that, so we need to make sure that we keep all documentation. That is also the last step of the purchasing cycle, because after that, sometime if there are any concern from the supplier, maybe underpayment or something like that, so then we should be able to refer to that. Or otherwise, maybe the internal audit, even your same, maybe if it is head office staff will do certain audits, or maybe external auditor will be coming and checking the audit related tasks. So then you need to make sure that you keep all those details ready, then so then they can go through it. So that is the purchasing cycle, and these steps are very important. Just keep remember recognition of the need, description of the need, determining the quantity, placing requisition, selecting the right source, ascertaining the price, placing purchase order, ensure that the supplier received the order, follow up the order, checking goods on delivery, certificate of invoice voucher, payment, maintenance of document and records for audit purposes. So these are the steps. Most of the time there can be questions from this area. But now if the question says list down the steps in the purchasing cycle, you need to list down all the steps. So you can't list down only three or four, everything. But now sometimes there are certain situations, maybe list down five uh, steps in step five purchasing principles. So those type of questions can be there. But purchasing cycle is a complete cycle. Sometimes maybe 10 marks question can be taken if maybe if it says list down the steps in the purchasing cycle and briefly explain. So how do you briefly explain? I think we have discussed a little bit, but we will further discuss what are the steps that you need to mention if related to a question like that. So that means every purchase transaction originate with the recognition of the need. And we have discussed earlier also, when it comes to purchasing or ordering, so then there are two categories. One is stock items and the other one is non-stock items. So what are stock item means? Now every hotel you have a stores. Sometimes it can be a main stores, but that also I mentioned. Don't keep in one store, even in a system, you need to categorize. Your main categories should be food, beverage. That is the two main categories. Then your general means all your room amenities, chemical, stationaries, printing and all cartridges, all those things will be under general store. Some hotels call housekeeping store. So whatever you need to segregate it separate. So then your engineering stores all your repair and maintenance items, from spares, air conditioning spares, electrical bulbs, paints, and all those things will be under engineering store. So then, if you are a material manager or a storekeeper, so this is one of the main thing that you need to segregate. Now, if you are going for a new hotel, newly opening hotel, so then you should be able to develop your system according to that. Otherwise, what will happen? Everything will be in one store. It will be very difficult to take inventory, very difficult to take reports, all those things. So then physically also you need to have four different locations. Yeah, it can be in the same area, but you can segregate in four areas for general, food and beverage, general and engineering. And it can be handled by a storekeeper, but there are team members that you need to assign who is doing food and beverage, who is doing general and engineering, something like that. So then even in the system, you need to open different storage locations. So then it will be very easy. So for stock items, how do you identify the requirement? How do you recognize the need to reorder of the stock item? So obtained by stores and eventually replaced through purchases. How do you identify? So that is one of the questions. So most of the organizations, your storekeeper, maybe by experience, he knows uh, fast moving items. Sometimes maybe if the stock is low, he will be raising orders. But now after you learn this subject, I think we will be discussing inventory control models, reorder level, and all those things. So that is one of the best practice that we can apply in the hospitality industry as well. So for hospitality industry, that is the best option. Reorder level system. Some hotels maybe you have a season, off season, and your high season. So then, if that is the case, you need to have two par levels. So that means season one par level, off season one par level, something like that. And there are systems that if you identify your reorder level points, so then there are systems that you can insert your reorder level point. So then you can run a report or transaction, then all your purchase requests will be created. So sometime now, if you are going to raise purchase request, it will take sometime 5 to 10 minutes. So if through we call it MRP, material requirement planning. So if you can implement something like that MRP in sometime maybe if it is even a local system, these functions are available. What you need to do is you need to talk to your IT people and get something developed. So then storekeepers, it will be very easy. Sometime maybe 1,000, 2,000 items, it will be creating within seconds. So then you don't need to spend time on ordering. So that is one of the best practice that you all can take a note and see how you all are doing in your organization. If there are anything that you can implement, so those are the things that you how do you add value to the organization and to yourself. So these type of things that you can implement. Sometimes maybe it is all almost doing. If that's the case, so then you need to see how you further improve that. So this is one step of recognition of the need of the stock items. Maybe through MRP daily basis you can run. So then once the item reach to the reorder level, so then there is something called reorder quantity. So then for the reorder quantity, automatically a purchase request will be raising up to the level of the maximum stock. So then if it will go to the approval process. Based on that, in the purchasing department purchasing cycle, next steps can be followed up. So that is for the stock item. So then non-stock item means all your mostly when it comes to hotel operation, your perishable requirement, your daily fruits, vegetable requirement. Sometimes maybe some of the chefs, some restaurants maybe you need some fresh fish and seafood also. So then you can consider as a perishable. So how do we manage perishable item? Basically, in the hotel, there is something called market list. You can prepare even an Excel sheet mentioning your outlet name and the quantity required. So then, if you are working in a proper system, so then you can create the same format. You should be able to upload into your system. So then, automatically, like MRP, all your market list POs will be created. But if you have given email address, so then once the PO approved, it will automatically goes to the supplier also. So then you can check in your organization how PO is sending to a supplier. So even some now there are a lot of systems, but it is up to you. You need to talk to your IT people and see that if you let's say now you are sending the purchase order to the supplier by fax or maybe by email. So then if you have 100 POs per day, then you need to send 100 emails. So then instead of doing that, so if you can automate it, that means once you need to get all the correct email address of the supplier, then put it into the system. So once the purchase order will be approved by the relevant HOD, it can be the financial controller, hotel manager. So then automatically the order will be going to the supplier's email. So it is then the second step of the purchasing cycle that you need to follow up that you need to follow up the order. That means you need to call to the supplier and check whether he got the email. So that's it. So that means you can get the acknowledgement of that. So that is the one of the best practice that you all can automate. One is MRP activation of MRP. I'm sure some of the hotels maybe you are not having MRP. If not, so that earlier as I mentioned, you all can take some important points and see how you could implement these things in your organization. MRP, how do you implement MRP? First of all, you need to list down all your stock items, food, beverage, general, your housekeeping and room amenities, all those things, and engineering separate. So then we need to establish reorder levels. We have not discussed that subject yet. So after we discuss that, you will be able to establish your reorder levels also. So then when we are implementing reorder levels, so then you need to give those reorder levels to the system. So once the item reach the reorder level, automatically based on the reorder quantity, purchase request will be triggered. So then that is for stock item. Non-stock item, you need to have one template because this is basically a daily order in most of the hotel because the chef need daily perishables for their function. But sometimes maybe you can decide if you can order maybe once in other day. So those type of things you can decide. So what that is decided by the management. But for the purchasing process, what we need to do is based on the format, that Excel format, you should be able to upload it. So then all purchase orders will be triggered at the same time. You don't need to go one by one. So there is another step here. Now most of the organizations, let's say now you are working in a hotel having 5 outlets. So some of the hotel chefs, what they do is they will be sending one marker list and all goes to your main kitchen. Sometimes maybe you have one kitchen, sometimes maybe you have 5 kitchens for your 5 restaurants. So the ideal scenario is if you have 5 restaurants, there should be 5 kitchens also. So then you can segregate your orders according to the outlet name. But if you still have your main kitchen, so then there should be sub areas you should be able to segregate, because otherwise what will happen, you should not be able to segregate your individual outlet food cost. How do you, that is one of the important thing. Now let's say your food cost overall is budget is 35 but you achieved 38, so 3% more than your budget. So then how do you know from which outlet this cost has been increased? uh, Sometime maybe one outlet is doing well below the plan, somewhere around 30%, another outlet at 40-45%. So we need to identify which outlet is having the running food cost is high. So then how do you do that? So this is one of the scenario. Now even for the stock items, so you need to have separate cost centers. Now as I mentioned, if you have 5 outlets, you need to have 5 cost centers. So then you need to mention the chef. If you want to order outlet A, so you need to use this cost center, outlet B, this cost center, something like that you need to give. Same with market list items in the market list template. So you need to insert that cost center. So then chef can select what are the items need for outlet A, outlet B, something like that. So then the final total will be uploaded to the system. Once you do the GRN, automatically your cost will be charged according to the relevant cost center. So then in your PNL, it will be very easy because respective outlet has the respective cost. Same with the stock item. So then if you have something like that, if you can implement, then chef can take a ask from the details from the finance or the cost control. What are the items used during the last 2 weeks by these 5 outlets? So then chef might take the printout and he might maybe check with relevant chefs. So then there is a proper control. So that is something that you all can implement with the recognition of the need. So now if there's a question, briefly describe what do you mean by recognition of the need. So I think we have discussed more. So then if there's a question, you will be able to answer also. So then how do we identify the recognition of the need for stock item, non-stock item? So we have discussed. So then after we identify the recognition, then the second step in the purchasing cycle, we need to give some sort of description, because otherwise the purchasing person doesn't know what items to be ordered. So then specification play a bigger role. So we discuss what are specifications. When it comes to fruit and vegetable, we need to have standard specifications. And sometimes maybe when it comes to your repair and maintenance items, general items, stationeries, housekeeping supplies, all those things maybe you need to sometimes maybe you earlier remember that we discussed there somebody something called purchasing committee. So then in your purchasing committee, let's say now you want to decide room amenities to your hotel group or one hotel. So then definitely your housekeeper should be involved. If it is all the hotels, your housekeeper should be involved. So then you have somebody called branding, your branding team, the head of branding, or sometimes maybe you have operational excellence position. So somebody a senior level should be involved. So then based on that, maybe you can evaluate all your brands, cost, quality. So then finalize a contract for period of 1 year or 6 months, something like that. And then that is the specification. So this is the brand that we are going to take. This is the size, all those things. So then if you are updating those contract into the system, then you should be able to update the brand and the size also. So then once the item comes to the hotel, your receiving people know how to check the specification. Sometimes there are now let's say electrical item. Sometimes there are a lot of brands. It can be Orange, Kevilton, or something like that. So then your chief engineers should decide based on the cost and the quality what is the uh, best product for your hotel group. So then that is a specification for general and engineering. Same with laundry chemical, your housekeeping chemical. So you should be able to decide. So then because you don't need to deviate initially as a team, there should be a transparent process of selecting all those things. So then once we selected, so we can have a contract. So those are the specifications. Vegetables and fruits we have discussed. If it is now, if you are buying some of the fruit items by numbers, let's say oranges, apples, avocado, by numbers. So then we should be able to give clear specification. What is the what are the numbers should be including in the kilo. So that means 1 kilo, 5 to 6 numbers. Because otherwise, what will happen now, especially avocado, there is a season. So sometime maybe very expensive. So then if the we are giving a good price, expecting our quality, but supply will bring a small avocado. So then he will be gaining, we are losing. So therefore for food items and vegetables, we need to give a clear specification also. So then that is mostly for general engineering, fruit, vegetable, etc. But in addition to that, all your stock items in the stores. So there is something called blind taste process in purchasing. So how do you do that? So every 6 months, maybe your chefs can select what are the items required. With by that time, they don't know the supplier name and all the brand name. So they will select the quality. So then purchasing will mention what is the cost of those things. So then finally, as a team, the purchasing committee will agree on a product. So that is for regular stock items. Now, sometime maybe let's say now you want to go with one particular brand. So then that is the quality of that item. So you are going ahead with this brand. So according to that, you need to create your material codes and the contract in the system. So then we need to properly give clear description. So then only purchasing people can order whatever the items. Even last week we have discussed the beef. When it comes to beef, local beef, New Zealand beef, Australian beef, likewise, and there are different brand names also. So then we need to give clear specification. Otherwise, the person will do a incorrect order. So in addition to that, there can be non-stock items other than the perishables, maybe relevant department. Maybe if it is housekeeping, sometimes he need to order some specific item. So then he should give clear specification. So then after giving all those things, still if the supplier does not understand the specification, then he also need to consult the purchasing department or the user department and make sure that he understood the specification. Both are in the same mindset. Otherwise, supplier will understand something else. Now we are thinking something else. Once the item received, then it is not the item stood for our purpose. So therefore, we need to be careful on that area as well. And the purchasing manager or the purchasing person who is doing that subject area also should have some knowledge of the product. If the food buyer, so he need to have some sort of understanding of the food item. If it is engineering person, he need to have some sort of understanding on the engineering items as well. If not, maybe he need to take his master data and uh, take some pictures and prepare something like I show you for the food and beverage, something like that. Specifications also you can prepare, especially for your circulating asset. That means 3CGL, cutlery, cookery inventory. Sometimes we don't know by the name of the plate, by the name of the dishes, we don't know. So then maybe if you are new to the operation, maybe you can take a picture and develop some specifications so then everybody can understand. But if you are experienced enough by the name, if you know that even with Poliner, so then that is fine. But if not, I mean, even for a new user, even a trainee, management trainee, it will be easy that if you have a document, SOP, something like that, with all the brand names, pictures, etc. Even in your menu, who is having a printed book, what is the available menu, and this is the dish, a picture of the dish after you really with the production. Then what are the ingredients? What is the preparation style? There should be a proper book. Right. Mostly chefs are having, but basically from our side, even without preparation steps, we should have understanding what is the name of the dish and the picture and the cost of that. So that is for our purposes. So then, in addition to that, now once you send the order to the supplier, if he did not understand the specification or the description, he need to consult the user department. And in addition to that, sometimes maybe they can't supply anything other than the requested specification. Because if you are a supplier, if you are doing in that manner, so then sometime maybe receiving will not accept the item. So then if you don't have the item, it should be clearly mentioned to the user department or the purchasing officer saying that this item is not available, but I can supply the respective item. Sometimes it will happen for different product. Let's say now recently it has happened. Now most of the hotels are buying 750 ml liquor bottle. So one particular brand is not available 750, but they have 1 liter. So then if you are giving 1 liter, so then we have a problem because we can't increase our selling prices. So then sometime maybe you can have an agreement that we have signed a contract with you to supply 750 bottles, but if you are going to give 1 liter, so then you can give a discount or maybe a concession rate, something like that you can negotiate. So that's the way we can continue. So then after we do that, so we need to determine the quantity. So how do we determine the quantity? Again, for the stock items, MRP is one of the best examples. So how when you are deciding MRP, you need to get all your past data. What are the usage? What is the past consumption? Existing stock, future needs, lead time. We know what is lead time. Then the space also one of the critical area because after all those things if we order and if we don't have sufficient space to store those things, then we are in trouble. And shelf life. Nowadays, actually in Sri Lanka, that today also I think fuel prices increase. And some of the important items are not coming now because we had this same situation, I think economic crisis and now maybe COVID period also. So then now again, I think we are heading to a period like that. So even now, some of the meat items, imported meat coming to Sri Lanka, it comes to Dubai. So maybe it is difficult to get released. So some of the items are because of that not coming, or sometimes maybe it will be getting delayed. And maybe sometimes maybe your management already has been taken a decision to increase your stocks. It will happen because now everybody is scared if you have guests. So then you need to increase your stock. But it is okay to stock. But if you also you should get the benefit because and in addition to that shelf life is one of the critical thing now. If you are stocking, you need to make sure because now some of the Sri Lankan hotels are going ahead with off season. For April, mostly it is off season. So then if you are increasing your stock and you are heading to off season, then what will happen? So you are spending unnecessary money, and sometime if you did not check the shelf life, the item will get spoiled and you will have to take another loss. So therefore, this type of things may be very carefully you need to handle because I know some of the management has been decided to increase all their stocks due to the prevailing situation. But it doesn't mean now if you increase your liquor stocks, it will not get spoiled. So then sometimes uh, basically price will increase. But other than that, if you are increasing your stocks levels, we need to be very careful. But if you are all your fast moving stocks, yes, you need to stock uh, maybe whatever the period based on the shelf life. But other than that, I recommend not to increase that much stocks. Then you should be able to find out a local alternative as well, because now I can remember uh, all the hotels may be buying turkey. So turkey is coming from different country, and it's very expensive also. But due to that, now it is with the US dollar increase time. So then there was a big increase of the turkey price. Same thing with the butter. So the butter, there was a tax import. So then huge cost. So then we have look at alternative items as well. So then based on that, I think we had a blind taste. Actually, one of the local butter has been selected as one of the best brands. So then we got huge cost savings, because instead of importing butter, so we go ahead with local butter. Same thing with turkey. So there are local people who is supplying turkey as well at 50% of the imported price. So then you can rather than stocking at a higher cost, look at the alternative items as well. So that determining under the determining the quantity, we went a little bit uh, against that, because considering the present situation, sometimes you are also facing, if you are a manager, if you are a accountant or a financial controller or a storekeeper, such controller, purchasing manager, everybody will be facing these type of challenges. So then you should do, because we can't stop the operation, we need to have continuous stocks also, but at the same time we need to manage our finance. We should there cannot be any spoilages, overstocking, etc. If you are even buying beverages at high bulk orders, ask for a discount. Definitely, you will be able to get. So, it is the function of the store's inventory controls to ensure that the adequate stocks are available at all times, consistent with operational needs. So, then we have discussed the three steps in the purchasing cycle, and if all those things are okay, we need to raise the purchase request. So then what sort of information required in the PR? So basically, accurate description of the item should be needed. If it is relevant to a, let's say, laundry machine or your kitchen equipment, a part number. So if you are ordering a part number, you need to you need some spare parts, so you need to give the part number, the name of the machine, if it is whatever the brand name. So then it will be very easy for purchasing to order. Catalog number, all those correct details, information should be mentioned in the purchase request. So then after that, the quantity, what is required, appropriate unit, that means what size, etc. Then at what date that you are expecting the order, the delivery date of the item. Then the signature of the requisitioner who is going to order the item, and even the approval, because now sometimes we have seen some of the organization, maybe how because the housekeeper, let's say housekeeper will not raise the purchase request if it is system related. Maybe he will be giving it to a some of his coordinator or somebody. So then that's the person who is ordering the item. So then that is the person requesting the item. So signature of the requisition is required. But the purchasing officer should not accept only the signature of the requisition. So then the HOD approval should be there on the PR. Now, if it is manual, then yes, you can go to the relevant HOD and get the approval. But if it is system, then you should be able to set up the system according to that. Once the coordinator or the clerk uh, request the item from the system, it should go to the approval of the relevant HOD as well. So then after that only it should come to cost control. Then cost control also will be justified the quantity. Then it will go to the purchase. So those type of controls should be in place. So in addition to that, date of the requisition, department, authorization, cost centers, all those things should be available. So those are the critical information required in the purchase requisition. If somebody is doing any manual operation, just let me know. I can share one manual format as well. But otherwise, if it is for system, so there are plenty of systems available with having purchase requisition function. So after you implement purchase requisition function through system, so then you can activate your MRP, material requirement planning as well. So then it will be very faster process. So then after selecting the, after giving the PR, then the purchasing department need to select the right supplier. So after the need has been recognized and quantified, So then it is the responsibility of the purchasing officer to select the source of supply by obtaining quotations or pro forma. So then there are certain instances where the items are branded. Sometimes maybe there can be agent. So then you can go ahead with one source of one source also. But in addition to that, there should be at least three quotations should be taken. So then based on that, you can ascertain the price, the small value of purchases. Uh, Sometimes it can be stock items also. Maybe you can take the prices from the catalog, supplier price list, etc. And some there are discount schedule. You need to see that also. Now, especially if you are working in a hotel or maybe related to engineering, just check your paint prices. Almost all the paints are discounted prices. So then, even now, if you want to buy a paint to your home, if you go to a place, so they will give you sometimes 10% discount, 15%, 20, 25, up to 35, 40% discounts are there. So then are you getting that discount into your hotel as well? So that is something that you, especially as a manager, accountant, you should check, because we have come across a lot of places, maybe uh, the displayed price is the price that you are buying, but then where are the discount? So that means discount is going to somebody else pocket. So that sort of thing. So that is why contracting is very important. Now, if it is paint category, take all the material items required, have a material code created in your system. So then call quotations from three different suppliers in the market and check with your chief engineer. So what is the brand if he preferred? So then you also can explain that if you go with supplier A, this is the cost, supplier B, this is the cost, supplier C, this is the cost. So then maybe the engineers can decide sometime, maybe even the some of the suppliers price is very low, but quality is not that much. So therefore, maybe you can decide, maybe if you are going ahead with supply A or B, this is the price. But then that's the time, then you need to deal with the paint supplier, the company, and ask that these are the volumes that we are going to buy. Now in retail, you are giving 30% discount. So then if you are giving bulk volume, we need at least 35 to 40% discount. So then that is the price that you need to update your system, the contract. So based on that, you can send your purchase order to the supplier. So that is how we ascertain the price. So I hope that you all got understood with the paint situation. Same with your perishable. I think perishable market list we have discussed. How do we decide the price? So there should be a mechanism that you need to ascertain the price, whatever the purchase transaction, because you can't just send the PO based on the supplier invoice. So you need to have a evaluation mechanism to ascertain the price. So because it is very important, because now in purchasing we should always see how do we get the right quality product at the right price. So we have learned purchasing principles. So then we need to follow that as well. So even though these price lists are given by the supplier, it should be regularly checked to ensure competitive prices. Now, sometimes maybe now, actually these are real example. If you again take the paint story with the USD increase, some of the products actually price increase. So then suppliers increase the price, but there is no other option. We also need to increase the price. So then after some time, once the US dollar reduce the currency exchange change, then market price has been dropped. But these suppliers has never come back and saying now the price has been dropped, so we will give you a lesser price. So then it is our duty as a purchasing people. We need to have understanding of the competitive prices as well. Same with vegetable oil. Vegetable oil in most of the hotel, you have a very huge consumption. But time to time, the prices are changing. So then, especially not only those items, whatever the items, you need to have understanding if you are a manager, accountant, purchase manager, cost controller, especially. So you need to have understanding of the market prices plus your competitor prices. That is why I mentioned now, even in this badge, if you all can take key items each hotel. Now, if you allow for Maldives, maybe you can select Maldives 2, 3 hotels. If you are in Sri Lanka, maybe Colombo separately, other areas separately. Just take at least top 10 items and just do a price comparison. If you need it, I can also assist with our prices. So then you all can understand are you getting the best price, best product, etc. Because once we did this exercise, I mentioned previously also, I think some people got huge benefits because some suppliers maybe they are giving very high prices. It doesn't mean that there can be gaps now. Colombo versus Tambulla area, maybe there can be a gap because of the transportation cost, but it cannot be a very huge variance. So that is what we need to understand. So that is, I think everybody can take that and just consider your top 10 items, and somebody can take the initiative and list down all the prices. So otherwise, even in the class, you can put it in the chat and we can do it. And I'm sure somebody will get benefit. Sometime maybe everybody will get benefit because one of the items that we are paying, and then somebody else will be paying very low rate. So then we can question from the supply. So therefore, those type of things are very important. So therefore, market price, competitor prices, always at least monthly basis somebody need to evaluate, but it doesn't mean that all the range of the item, at least your top 10, top 15 items. So then we are covered. So by doing that, what we need to make sure is, so we have ascertained the price. That means the price what we are paying for the item is the right price. So that is what we need to ascertain. So then the other method of ascertaining price is by obtaining competitive bids or competitive quotation from potential suppliers. That means sometimes there can be new entrants to the market. Maybe they have a lower prices with better products. So we need to consider that as well. Then the negotiation capabilities are very essential in this regards in respect of mode of transport, delivery dates, packing, etc. So the purchasing staff, once everything is decided, so they need to have negotiation capabilities. As I mentioned once, so there are systems available now. One is called Ariba, and that is an international system, and there was another one, Green Tech or something, that is a local system. So then you can negotiate. Online negotiations can happen with the supplier. So actually, we got huge benefit by doing that because now in our group, so we give the consumption of all our hotels together to the supplier. So then it is a huge value for the supplier. So then let's say now one of the biggest item, if it goes to from supplier A is the contractor supplier now. If it goes to supplier B, so he will got a huge impact. So therefore, what we do is we do online negotiation. We create a competition among the suppliers. So then the item is there, volume is there. So then the supplier A price is there. Let's say supplier A has put 3,000 rupees per kg. Supplier B is 3,100. So then supplier A and B is there online negotiation. So then B sees A's price 100 rupees more than A. So then B feel that I need to get this contract, so he reduced 200. So then it goes to 2,900. So then supply A will think, okay, so I will lose here, so I need to further reduce. So he will reduce another 100, 2,800. So then supplier B sometimes might go to 2,700. So likewise, you can have online negotiation and final price you can agree. So if supply A can't reduce uh, further from 2,700 onwards, supply will B will get the contract. Now you can imagine from 3,100 to 2,700, 400 rupees. Now 400 rupees into your number of kilos, it is a huge saving. So that way you should be able to do certain online negotiation. Because even you spend little bit on a system like that, still it is worthwhile, especially for a group of hotel. But sometimes maybe even for a single hotel, based on your usage, based on your consumption, it will be helpful for you to do some cost saving. So that is how ascertain the price. So I think now these steps you need to keep remember. Now we know what are the steps in the purchasing cycle. So we go one by one. So if now once there was a question, actually list down the purchasing step and describe each step. So then I think this is what the answer. So then the place the purchasing order once above 1 to 6 is determined and the supplier has been selected. Formal order is placed to the supplier, and this will be considered as a legal contract between the buyer and seller. If something goes wrong, even you can take certain legal actions as well. So once the order is approved, the copies should be distributed. Now it is mentioned here the manual process, but actual situation you all need to look at to avoid manual process. And once the order is approved, it will be automatically email to the supplier, and you need to follow up the order. So that is how you can create purchase orders and follow up. Ensure that the supplier has received the order, that you can even call and get the acknowledgement. So then, in case if the order has been faxed to the supplier, you should be called, find out whether he has actually received the order. Now, most of the organization, maybe you all are not using faxes, but you all are using email. So then you need to make sure that it's still, or otherwise, once you get the email, so you can reply confirming received the order. So that is the acknowledge. So something like that you should be able to develop. So then is the purchasing officer's function is to follow up whether he is supplying the item according to the mentioned delivery date. So you need to have some sort of system. Sometime maybe in your system you should be able to get a report or maybe a pop-up of the items, pending items. So then based on that, you can call to the supplier, or maybe automatic email system also you can again send to the supplier. This is a reminder of the order. If there are any concerns, so supplier need to come back to you. But whatever the system, you should be able to develop to follow up. Even in addition to that, the requisition, the user department also need to follow up, because it is not only the purchasing officer, but the person who order also should follow up and see whether the item is getting. So then only, if everybody is following up, so then finally you will get the item according to the expected time range. So after we do that, so then it is the receiving function. When the suppliers deliver the goods to the receiving officer, he should ensure that it is accompanied by the invoice or dispatch note. But we have discussed receiving function. Always recommended is the commercial invoice, because if you accept on the dispatch note, then you need to follow up the invoice and you can't do the GRN. So then you can't issue the items. Therefore, always commercial invoice is the best practice. In case of emergency, then you can even accept the items based on the delivery note or dispatch note. So then, in addition to that, he need to ensure that the goods received are in accordance with the purchase order with regard to the quality, quantity, price, and any other special notes made by the purchase order. Sometime maybe you have requested papaya 500 kilo and 200 ripe, another 200 semi-ripe, and 100 raw. So in if that's the case, those are special notes in the purchase order. So then the receiving also should understood that note, and based on that he need to accept. If he did not see and the supplier has sent everything full ripe papaya, then what will happen? Then there will be a lot of wastage if you accept that. After getting spoiled, you can't return also. So you have not checked at the given uh, at the delivery time, because chef has given clear instruction. So then it is the duty of the receiving person to make sure that he accept the item according to the condition in the purchase order. So then in addition to that, he need to make sure the right quality, quantity, expiry date, everything should be checked. So after satisfying by himself, if the goods are in order, then he can place the receiving seal on the first and second copy of the invoice. Why first and second copy? Most of the time, first copy will go to the payment, second copy go to the supplier. So now, let's say you have already put your seal because everything is in order, and supplier went back. So then maybe once the item goes to the stores, storekeeper is telling that you have accepted the some incorrect item. Then he don't want to take it into store. So then he will send it back to receiving. So then by that time the purchasing vehicle, the supply vehicle has gone. So then receiving officer basically again this is practical scenario, and it has happened in a long time back also, one of our hotel. So then the receiving officer, he will also understood his mistake. So then what will happen? So he need to inform to the purchase department that there has happened like this. Can you return this? Then the receiving person will hand over the items to the purchasing officers. So then what will happen? Now supplier has delivered the item. He has a copy of the invoice with the acknowledgement, seal, everything. So there is no problem from the supplier side. So then receiving person has given the items to the purchasing department. So he also he will not do the GRN because he has not got the item. Then the storekeeper is waiting to get the correct item. Then after some time, the supplier, after let's say 2 months, maybe everybody forgot. After 2 months time, the supplier is coming to the finance department and asking the payment. So then maybe your accounts payable will mention that there is no invoice related to this payment. So then he will go to the purchasing. So then purchasing will again ask from the receiving. So then receiving will mention this item has not been GRN, so therefore we cannot do the payment. So then if there is a return, I think we have discussed, that is why I am explaining this. If there is a return, so there should be a clear process. So actually what happened was in that incident now, there was an incident for liquor bottle. That means I think we discussed the beverages and all those things. So it is a brandy. Let's say Camus VS and Camus XO. So the storekeeper has orders Camus VS four bottles, but the supplier has delivered Camus XO 4 bottles. So that was the issue. So then the 4 bottle has been transferred to the purchasing department, and purchasing department also must have given to the delivery people, but that item has not been uh, delivered to the supplier back. So that was the issue. So then the supplier is asking the payment, but we can't do it because we have not done the GRN and we have not received the item. But by that time, that the delivery person and the purchasing officer no longer in the that particular both operations as well. So then it was a big situation. But anyway, we did not pay. So that is why I am always mentioning now these 2 copies. Now, if you want to return anything, if you want to cancel anything, you need to tell the supplier that bring that copy because we need to return this item and cancel the whole invoice, the first and second copy. Unless let's say you couldn't do that, so then still we have a backup process. We have learned a good return note. So you need to raise a return note and take a signature of the purchasing, and it should be communicated to the supplier also. So then it is a very transparent process. Then everybody is aware that these items have been returned, and then there is no problem. Supplier will not ask for a payment also. So likewise, you need to maintain those documents with you. Otherwise, these are the practical problems can happen in a hotel. So if all those things are okay, so then he can put his signature and in the first copy and the second copy. If there is a cancellation, he need to cancel both. Otherwise, there will be problems. So receiving is one of the important control in the purchasing system. Properly maintained receiving records will show up the suppliers who constantly late in their delivery. So whose suppliers are often rejected for quality. So then from the receiving, we need to make sure whatever the items returned, we need to maintain certain document and with the reason, maybe always sending short expiry item or maybe damaged item or items spoiled. So then when for the next contracting cycle, when the purchasing people evaluating the supplier, when the evaluation during that time, he can cross check with the supplier, or sometime maybe he can take some certain action, or he can introduce a new supplier, he can blacklist this supplier. All those things can be done. But in order to do that, receiving need to maintain uh, separate documents. One document is items not supplied according to the PO, that means pending PO list. So then item return, item due to various reasons. So those type of, or it can be temperature issues. All those details should be mentioned, and these documents, and now sometimes maybe you are doing this in your hotel, you are not accepting short expiry, you are not accepting damage. But let's say now if you are going to apply HACCP or whatever quality certification, they might come and ask, what is your process? So then you should be able to explain. So then they might ask, can you show me the documents last 3 months? What sort of incidents that you have noted and what sort of items that you have returned? So then how do you show that? You don't have any document. So therefore, documents are very important. It can be even a system, Excel or whatever. PO, even a book should be maintained and you should show. So that is the standard process. So that is taking goods on delivery. So now, if all those things are okay, so then you need to put your seal. Now, if it is a manual process, you can attach the GRN and the invoice, PO, everything. But if it's fully automated process, you can do the GRN because always now recommended is fully automated. That means if everything is okay, just put a tick. So then your GRN is done. It will not take a second. So then after you do that, that means it will go to the automatically, it will go to the payable section. Only thing is you need to scan and send your invoice, or otherwise you need to submit to a physical invoice copy. That's it, nothing else. Then in the invoice, you need to mention all your PO number and all the signatures should be there. So then it will be further checked by the payment division. So always receiving officer's duty to ensure the order is accurately accepted and to ensure there are no errors. That means sometimes let's say price errors. If the PO price and the invoice price is matching. Or sometimes supplier has given a discount but it has not been applied by the purchasing officer. Or maybe supplier has not given a discount and it is available in the so there are errors. So then as a receiving person, you need to escalate and make sure that the all those things are correct and without any errors. Then only there can be a smooth payment also will happen. The normal practice today is for receiving or cost control division. Check the invoice, certify same and GRN and recommend for payment and forward the same to the finance. So that I have again I mentioned if it is for your single hotel, sometimes you are doing by your own. But if it is maybe a group of hotel, there are plenty of third party places that you can do payments to them. They will charge a small fee, but still it is worthwhile rather than occupying a person. And there are proper controls as well. So then payment can be done as is the final function of the purchase cycle, and it is the duty of the finance division and purchasing receiving should ensure that all invoices and GRN are certified. So if you are doing accounts payable, you need to make sure first of all the receiving seal should be there, and if the receiving seal should be there, do we have the correct signatures from the security quality receiving person and sometimes maybe hotel cost controller. So four signatures should be there. Some organization maybe cost controller signature is not there because now, as I mentioned, if it is maybe a group of hotel from the receiving itself, they can upload it to the system. Then third party verification will be happening. So where third party verification is not there, then the hotel cost controller also should get involved. So all those things, should, whatever the system implemented, as the accounts payable person, you should check and verify. So if all those things are okay, and again you need to do a quality check whether the rates, PO, discount, the taxes, if all those things are fine, so then you can arrange the payment. So suppliers are reluctant to deal with buyers who are habitually late in payment. In the situation, the bank interest rate high and cash flow is limited. Now, sometimes there can be situation now even in Sri Lanka, we have some hotels, they are not paying suppliers on time. Maybe there are hotels, maybe sometimes you might know, 3 to 4 months they are holding payment. So then what will happen? Suppliers also going with bank, ODs, bank loans, etc. And he knows that anyway we will be getting the payment, but it will be after 4 months only. So then what he doing? He need to cover his costs, so then he will increase the unit rate. So then it will again impact your food cost. So it is better that you have a clear process with the supplier. So credit period. So we will have 1 month credit period established for every invoice in proper during 1 month we will be paying. So then both parties win-win situation. Then the supplier also, if you pay within if you agree within 1 month, you need to pay within 1 month also. So then supplier also happy that you are also happy that you are getting the best rate. So therefore, we need to make sure that we have a proper credit period as well. So then after all those things, after the full transaction of the purchase is over, related documents such as requisition, purchase order, TRN, other certification and the document should be systematically filled and kept safely for easy reference in the future. I think that is what purchasing cycle. So now it is time for you to ask question if you have anything. So I will give you 2 3 minutes. If there is anything, you can ask or put it in the chat. If there are no questions, I think now it's time for us to summarize what we have done from beginning up to now. Uh, and based on that, we need to practice certain questions also. But before that, I will give a small note on this as well. Otherwise, so we will forget that. Then you can refer to that. So let's take a small note, and after that, we'll take a quick break. After the break, I will prepare some questions, or otherwise, maybe we will directly do one of the past paper MCQ questions, so then you will have a better idea. So we need to practice now from the areas what we have discussed, because now we have to go for recipe costing and cost control related areas also. So before we study, so we need to make sure that we have a thorough understanding of, especially the stores receiving inventory control area. So then it will be very easy for us to implement certain control procedure. So if you can continue your notes, just note down the heading purchasing cycle. Under that, you can note down the purchasing cycle, also known as the procurement cycle. The purchasing cycle, also known as the procurement cycle, is a series of steps that organizations follow to acquire ACQUIRE, to acquire goods and services. Key steps involved are as follows. Key steps involved are as follows. First one is identification of the need. Put a dash in front of that and note down. Recognizing what goods or services are required. Recognizing what goods or services are required. Second step, specifying the need. That means description of the need. Specifying the need. Put a dash for that as well and note down. Detailing the exact requirements and quantities. Detailing the exact requirements and quantities. Third one, determining the quantity. Dash and note down. The need should be correctly quantified. The need should be correctly quantified. Fourth one, placing requisition. the dash in front of that. The main document in requisitioning, the main document in requisitioning supplies, the main document in requisitioning supplies is the purchase request. Fifth one, selecting the right source, selecting the right source. Put a dash in front of that and note down. Under selecting the right source, choosing the right supplier, choosing the right supplier based on quality, price, and reliability. Based on quality, price, and reliability. Sixth point, determining the price. Under that, note down. Negotiating and agreeing on the price. Negotiating and agreeing on the price. Point number 7, placing a purchase order. Placing a purchase order. Put a dash in front of that and note down. Officially ordering the goods or services. Officially ordering the goods or services. Point number 7, placing. Point number 7 we have done. No? Point number 8, acknowledge the order. Acknowledge the order. So that note down. Confirming receipt of the order by the supplier. Confirming receipt of the order by the supplier. Point number 9, follow up the order. Follow up the order. Under that, note down. Ensuring timely delivery. Ensuring timely delivery. And addressing if any delays. That is, I think, 9.9. Point number 10, checking goods on delivery. Under that, note down. Receiving officer should verify the item according to the standard specifications. Point number 11, certificate of invoice voucher. Under that, note down. It should be considered as official document. It should be considered as official document. Certifying that the goods and services have been received. Certifying that the goods and services have been received as per the purchase order. Point number 12, checking the invoice and approving for the payment. Checking the invoice and approving for the payment. Under that, note down, verify the invoice and process the payment. Invoice verification, basically we call it, verifying the invoice and process the payment. So the last one, maintenance of documents and records. Maintenance of documents and records related to purchasing transaction. Under that, note down, maintain all documents within bracket. You can mention PRPO, GRN, invoice, payment voucher, those brackets. Especially for periodic audit purposes. And you can continue the same line, periodic audit purposes, and ensure compliances with legal, tax, HSCP requirement, HACCP requirement. Because now, if you are going to obtain HACCP certification, sometimes again they also reviewing this area, because this is one of the operational cycle function. So these are the steps. Now let's say there is a question that you need to list down the purchasing cycle steps. So this is done. But if you were asked to further explain, I think we will. I think we have already discussed, but we will describe a little bit also. Then it will be easy that if there's a complete question, then you are. If you go through this, definitely you can get the full mark. So therefore, again, you can note down the first one: recognition of the need. Recognition of the need. Under that, you can note down the recognition of the need is the first and crucial step, the first point in the purchasing cycle. Recognition of the need. Under that, you can note down the recognition of the need is the first and crucial step in purchasing cycle. The recognition of the need is the first and crucial steps in purchasing cycle. It involves identifying what goods or services are required. Identifying what goods or services are required by the organization. Full stop and continue. This step is essential. This step is essential. Because This step is essential because it sets the stage. It sets the stage for the entire procurement process. It set the stage for the entire procurement process. Recognizing the need accurately ensures recognizing the need accurately ensures recognizing the needs accurately ensure that the organization procures the right items at the right time. The organization procure the right item at the right time, avoiding unnecessary purchases, avoiding unnecessary purchases, and ensuring ensuring efficient use of resources. I'll repeat that sentence. Recognizing the need accurately ensures that the organization procure the right item at right time, avoiding unnecessary purchases and ensuring efficient use of resources. So now if there's a question says briefly describe recognition of the need, I think we'll is the answer. So then same way you can note down the second one, description of the need, description of the need. Under that note down the description of the need in the purchasing cycle, description of the need in the purchasing cycle involves detailing the specifications, detailing the specific requirements. The description of the need in the purchasing cycle involves detailing the specific requirements for the goods or services to be procured. For the goods or services to be procured. Full stop and continue. This step is crucial. This step is crucial as it ensures this step is crucial as it ensures that the procurement team understand exactly what is needed. The procurement team understand exactly what is needed. Which helps in sourcing, which helps in sourcing the right products or services. I'll repeat that sentence again. This step is crucial as it ensures that the procurement team understand exactly what is needed, which helps in sourcing the right products or services. So under the same topic, just put point form what sort of description is needed, because when it comes to description of needed, so we need to make sure basically the determination of the quality and the specification. So therefore, we need to understand what is the specification also. So the first point under the same heading, just note down detailed specifications. Detailed specification. Put a dash in front of that under detailed specification and note down clearly outline clearly. the characteristics of the required items, clearly outline the characteristics of the required items, such as size, comma, quantity, comma, quality, size, comma, quantity, comma, quality, and any specific features. This might include, this might include technical specifications, comma, brand preferences, or performance criteria, or performance criteria. By the way, we have not discussed that one, brand preferences and performance criteria. Now, when it comes to some of the machineries and products, so we need to look at the performance criteria as well. So that basically if it is related to the engineering, your chief engineer will decide. But sometimes there are some food related products also. Now, for example, let's say uh, one of the item is yeast. Now, yeast, so there are a lot of brands available in the market. But now let's say you have a good cake that you are selling. But if you did not get the correct performance from the yeast, so then that cake you will not get the same uh, presentation or something like that. So therefore, there are certain things. So then you need to select how this item will perform in order to do my final product. So performance criteria also matters when we are describing the requirement. Because if you did not mention that one, then the purchasing officer will bring whatever the lowest product in the market. Sometimes maybe lowest product is the best performer. So we don't know that we need to agree on particular brand or whatever the item. So then we are still in the description of the need. We have noted down the detailed specification. And the second point, purpose and use. Purpose and use. PURPOSC, purpose and use. Put a dash in front of that and note down. Explain why the items are needed. Explain why the items are needed. And how they will be used. And how they will be used. So this is mainly these type of things not for food and beverage, but for especially your capital expenditure items. So these can be used. So this helps in understanding. This helps in understanding the context. This helps in understanding the context and ensuring that the procured items. It helps in understanding the context and ensuring that the procured items meet the intended purpose. Meet the intended purpose. Sometimes even the purchasing person doesn't know what exactly. So then if you give more details, so then he will have a better idea. So then both teams are aware. So then even he can explain to the supplier So then you will get the right item for the right purpose. So that is what it mentioned, intended purpose. Otherwise, you will get an incorrect item. So always description of the need is very important, that we need to clearly spell out the description of the need. So that is second point. Under that third point also note down budget and cost estimate. Budget and cost estimate. So dash in front of that and note down budget and cost estimates. Provide an estimated budget for the procurement. Provide an estimated budget for the procurement. Provide an estimated budget for the procurement. This helps. This helps in evaluating the cost effectiveness. This helps in evaluating the cost effectiveness of different suppliers and options. Of different suppliers and options. So again, this is also especially for your high value items, capex items. So then, if you can give your budget now, mostly maybe we need to give the budget line as well. So then there is certain item that we have been budgeted. So then we know the value of that. So then we can measure the actual uh, invoice value, performer invoice value. So then we can see the cost effectiveness. Sometimes maybe we can even go for other options as well, because we should not exceed the budget. But still, we need to make sure that we got the right product also. Sometimes now, if that's the case, due to a certain situation, the product has been increased. So then there will be a cost escalate. So then we need to discuss with the higher management. So that is why budget and cost estimates are important. So the fourth point under the same topic, delivery requirements. Delivery requirements. Again, put a dash in front of the delivery requirements and note down. Specify any deadline. Specify any deadlines or delivery schedules. This ensures that the procurement process aligns. It ensures that the procurement process aligns with the organization's timelines. This ensures that the procurement process aligns with the organization's timelines and operational needs. So the last point under description of the need, approval and documentation. Approval and documentation. The dash in front of that. Ensure that the need is documented. Ensure that the need is documented in a purchase requisition form. Ensure that the need is documented in a purchase requisition form and approved by the relevant authorities before proceeding. So that is a short note for the second step in the purchasing cycle, which is description of the need. So now we will go to the third steps, determining the quantity. So just note down the third step, determining the quantity. So under that, note down determining the quantity is the Determining the quantity in the purchasing cycle. Determining the quantity in the purchasing cycle is a critical step that ensures the organization orders the right amount of goods or services. It's a critical step that ensures the organization orders the right amount of goods or services. Key considerations are as follows. When you are determining the quantity, it is a critical step because the organization need to make sure that they got the right amount of goods or services. And how do you determine? There are a few key considerations so that we will note down. Key considerations are as follows. First one is demand forecasting. Demand forecasting. To dash in front of that and note down. Analyzing historical data. Analyzing historical data and market trends. Analyzing historical data and market trends. To predict future demand. Analyzing historical data and market trends to predict future demand. This helps in estimating. This helps in estimating the quantity needed. The quantity needed. This helps in estimating the quantity needed to meet customer requirements. To meet customer requirements without overstocking. So basically, what we discussed in a while ago for the stock item. So we need to analyze all your historical data and consumption pattern, and based on that, we need to see how our occupancy forecast for the future. So based on that, definitely you can decide some reorder level system, but there is another critical step: the space and even the availability of the supplier plus the lead time. So therefore, we need to make sure that we follow that as well. So that is demand, and the second point under that, inventory levels. Demand forecasting we have noted down. After that, inventory levels. Put a dash in front of that and note down. Assessing current inventory levels. Assessing current inventory levels to determine how much more is needed. Assessing current inventory levels to determine how much more is needed. This includes considering safety slash minimum stocks. Safety slash minimum stocks to avoid stock outs. So we have to discuss what is minimum stock, what is safety stock. So for the moment, you can note down, but we will be discussing those things in detail. What do you mean by safety stock, minimum stock? What do you mean by reorder level, reorder quantity, maximum stock? So we will be discussing. So that is the second point, inventory levels. Third point, lead time. Under that, note down lead time. But considering the time it takes for suppliers, considering the time it takes for suppliers to deliver the goods. Longer lead times, longer lead time might require, longer lead times might require ordering larger quantities to ensure continuous supply. Longer lead times might require ordering larger quantities to ensure continuous supply. So what that means, now sometimes there are items that longer lead time, especially now if you look at in a hotel your stationaries. So maybe they need some large lead time. In addition to that, sometimes MOQs, minimum order quantity. So we need to check that as well. So then in that case, so if, let's say now for particular stationary item, the lead time 1 month. So then 1 month stock is not sufficient to maintain. So at least then 1.5 month stock should be there at any given time because the lead time is 1 month. So if it is longer lead time, sometime maybe you when you are fixing your par levels and reorder levels, so you need to think of that to increase the stock level based on the lead time. So the third point, so I think fourth point, we have demand forecasting, inventory levels, lead time. Fourth one, budget constraints. Budget constraints. Under that, note down ensuring that the quantity ordered, ensuring that the quantity ordered fits with the allocated budget for procurement. Ensuring that the quantity ordered fits with the allocated budget for procurement. Fifth point, supplier capacity. Supplier capacity. Under that, note down checking if suppliers can meet, checking if suppliers can meet checking if suppliers can meet the required quantity within the specified time frame. Required quantity within the specified time frame. So these are some key consideration in determining the quantity. So just put one sentence and we will close this. Accurately determining the quantity helps. Accurately determining the quantity helps in maintaining a balance, in maintaining a balance between, in maintaining a balance between having enough stocks, having enough stocks to meet demand, having enough stocks to meet demand, and minimizing holding cost, and minimizing holding cost. So I think now we got detailed understanding of the determining the quantity. And if you want to explain, so there are various things we discuss, and even with this note is sufficient if there's question for you to answer. So then the next step is placing requisition. Placing requisition. I think we have discussed what are the information should be available in the PR. So placing requisition, under that note down, placing requisition is a key step in the purchasing cycle. Placing requisition is a key step in the purchasing cycle. Placing requisition is a key step in the purchasing cycle, ensuring that the procurement process is initiated, correctly and efficiently. Procurement process is initiated correctly and efficiently with following information. That's the same thing what we discussed. The information required in the PR. Accurate description of the item with part number, catalog number, etc. Accurate description of the item with part number, catalog number, etc. Quantity required in appropriate unit. Quantity required in appropriate unit. Date on the which the goods are required. Dates on the which goods are required. Signature of the requisitioner. Signature of the requisitioner. Signature of the requisitioner, comma, date of requisition. Department authorizations. So those are the critical areas to be considered in a PR under the point of placing requisition. So next point in the purchasing cycle is selecting the right source. So note down, selecting the right source. So under that note down, selecting the right source in the purchasing cycle. Selecting the right source in the purchasing cycle is crucial for ensuring quality, cost effectiveness, quality, cost effectiveness, and reliability. And reliability. The steps involved are as follows. Steps involved are as follows. The first one, supplier research. Under that, note down, conduct thorough research. Conduct thorough research to identify potential suppliers. Conduct thorough research to identify potential suppliers. This includes looking at their reputation, financial stability, and past performances. By research. Second step, request for proposal. Request for proposal. Within bracket RFP. So if you want to get certain quotations for contracting purposes for a set of items, so we need to send a RFP, request for proposal. RFP, request for proposal. Under that, note down, send out RFPs, send out RFPs to shortlisted suppliers. Send out RFPs to shortlisted suppliers. This document should detail, this document should detail the requirement, and invite suppliers to submit their bids. Third point, evaluation criteria. Evaluation criteria. Under that, note down, establish clear criteria for evaluating suppliers. Establish clear criteria for evaluating suppliers. This might include factors like price. This might include factors like price, comma, quality, comma, delivery time, and after sale service. Delivery time and after sale service. Next point under that, under the same topic, supplier assessment. Supplier assessment. Under that, note down, assess the bids, received based on your criteria. Assess the bids received based on your criteria. This can involve scoring system, SCORING, scoring system, or weighted evaluation, WEIGHTD, weighted evaluations, to compare suppliers objectively. Next point under that, negotiation. Under that, note down, engage in negotiation with the top suppliers. To finalize terms and conditions. Ensuring the best value for the organization. So then the next point under the same topic, trial orders. Under that note down. If possible, place trial orders. If possible, place trial orders to test the supplier's reliability, to test the supplier's reliability and product quality before committing large orders. Before committing large orders. So trial orders is something which we need to implement also, because now uh, sometimes there are, now let's say you have a regular supplier who is supplying continuously, but suddenly there is a new supplier has come down and quality also fine, price is very cheap. So then you discontinue your previous supplier and have a contract with the new supplier. So then maybe after we place an order, he might say his shipments are delayed. He don't have sufficient stocks to supply. So then we have to wait for another 2 months, 3 months, something like that. So then if you go back to your other supplier, what he did is, because he didn't get the contract, he will increase the price. So therefore, we have to be very careful when we are implementing new suppliers for contracting, especially, and when you are selecting the supplier. So you can select the supplier, and the best way is give a trial order with a small quantity. But if you are working for a group of hotel, maybe you can give one hotel. So then you can evaluate. So if he is performing well, then increase the volumes. But if you have two suppliers, always better give 50-50. If you have more than two, then there must be a proper schedule, because otherwise one person will complain that he didn't get the orders. All those things are there. So always better to have a transparent process. What days supply A will get, what days supply B will get. But if you have two, then for that particular item, maybe even 50-50 you can give the order. So they put trial orders just to make sure the reliability and the quality of the new supplier. So the last line on that one, contract agreement. Contract agreement. When we are selecting the right source, so we need to decide, we need to do some research on the supplier, and we need to send RFPs, and we need to evaluate and assess the supplier, then negotiate, give some trial orders. So then finally, we can have a contract agreement. So under that note down, once a supplier is selected, once a supplier is selected, formalize the relationship, formalize the relationship with a contract, formalize the relationship with a contract that outlines all agreed terms, that outlines all agreed terms, including delivery schedules, including delivery schedules, payment terms, including delivery schedules, payment terms, and quality standards. That is ascertaining the price. Sorry, selecting the right source. So the next one is ascertaining the price. So as it is almost 10:30, if you all have any questions, you can ask. There are a few more steps to be explained. If not, shall we take a quick uh, 10 minutes break and come back? Is everybody okay? It's almost 10:30, around 10:45. Will that be okay? If any questions, you can ask. So we'll take a quick break. I think we will start till Stella comes. I think we have to continue the note also. There are a few more steps to be noted down. We have done till selecting the right source. The next step in the purchasing cycle is ascertaining the price. And we note down a small short note on that also, ascertaining the price. So that ascertaining the price in the purchasing cycle involves ascertaining the price in the purchase cycle involves determining the cost of the goods or services, determining the cost of the goods or services be procured. This step is crucial. This step is crucial for budgeting and ensuring cost effectiveness. Key steps are as follows. Ascertaining the price, key steps are as follows. First one, market research. Under that, note down, conduct thorough research. Conduct thorough research to understand the market current rates. Conduct thorough research to understand the current market rates. For the required goods or services. This helps in setting a benchmark. This helps in setting a benchmark for price negotiations. For price negotiations. Give me a minute, I'm getting a call. So we have noted down market research, conduct thorough research to understand the current market rates for the required goods or services. This helps in setting benchmark for price negotiations. So then the next point, request for quotation. Now earlier we discussed RFP, request for proposal. Now this one, request for quotation, within bracket RFQ, request for quotation. Under that, note down, send out RFQs, send out RFQs to multiple suppliers send out RFQs to multiple suppliers to get detailed price quotes. Get detailed price quotes. This allows for comparison and selection. This allows for comparison and selection of the best offer. Third point, cost analysis. Cost analysis. Under that, note down, analyze the quotes received, analyze the quotes received, QOTS quotes, considering factors like unit price, bulk discounts, and any additional cost such as shipping or taxes. So that is cost analysis. The next one, under the same topic, negotiation. Negotiation. Under that, note down, engage in negotiations. Engage in negotiations with suppliers to achieve the best possible price. This might involve discussing terms of payment, delivery schedules, and any potential discounts. Next point under the same topic, approval and documentation. Approval and documentation. Under that, note down, once the price is determined, document the agreed terms, and get the necessary approvals before proceeding with the purchase order. Once the price is determined, document the agreed terms and get the necessary approvals before proceeding the purchase order. Separate line on for same topic. Accurately ascertaining the price ensures that the organization gets the best value for its money. And helps in maintaining financial controls. So those are under ascertaining the price. So after we ascertaining the price in the purchasing cycle, the next step is to raise the purchase order. So the next point you can note down, placing purchase order. Under that, note down, Placing a purchase order, placing a purchase order is a pivotal step in the purchasing cycle. Pivotal, pivotal step in the purchasing cycle. Formalizing, Formalizing, formalizing the procurement process. Basically, once the purchase order sent to the supplier, so it is a legal document, so it formalizes the procurement process. Placing purchase order is a pivotal step in the purchasing cycle, formalizing the procurement process. Key steps involved are as follows. Under that first one, create the purchase order. Create the purchase order. So under that, note down. The purchasing department generates a purchase order. The purchasing department generates a purchase order. Within bracket PO, purchase order means PO. The purchase department generates the purchase order within brackets PO based on the approved requisition. Based on the approved requisition. That means based on the approved PR. This document includes details such as item descriptions, quantities, item description, quantities, prices, delivery dates, and terms and conditions. Made in the purchase order. Next one, approval. Approval. Under that, note down. The PO is reviewed and approved by the necessary authorities. The PO is reviewed and approved by the necessary authorities. Within the organization, to ensure compliance with budget and procurement policies. So PO approval we have discussed. There are mechanisms to be established based on the limits and the hierarchy. You can set up PO approval levels and limits. So based on that, the respective person who is approving the purchase order should be reviewed the order and approve. So by doing that, he should understand the procurement policies and make sure it is compliance against the budget. So then after approval, send the PO to the supplier. Send the PO to the supplier. Under that, note down, once approved, the PO is sent to the selected supplier. Once approved, the PO is sent to the selected supplier. This can be done electronically. This can be done electronically. It can be done electronically or via traditional email, via traditional mail. So we have discussed that electronic method. How do we do that? Then the next step on the same topic, supplier acknowledgement. Supplier reviews the PO. Supplier reviews the PO and confirm receipt, often providing an acknowledgement or confirmation number. Then the next one, order tracking. The tracking under that note down. The purchasing department tracks the order to ensure timely delivery. This involves regular communication with the supplier. This involves regular communication with the supplier. To address any potential delays or issues. To address any potential delays or issues. Next step in the purchasing cycle, receiving of the goods. Receiving of the goods, under that note down. Upon delivery, the receiving department checks the goods against the purchase order. Check the goods against the PO to ensure they match the specification and quantities ordered. They match the specification and quantities ordered. So then next step in the purchasing cycle, invoice verification and payment. Invoice verification and payment. Under that note down, payment processing is the final step. Payment processing is the final step in the purchasing cycle. Payment processing is the final step in the purchasing cycle, ensuring that suppliers are compensated for the goods or services provided. So then the last point in the purchasing cycle, maintenance of documents and records related to the purchase transaction. Maintenance of documents and records related to the purchase transaction. Under that, note down maintaining documents and records, maintaining documents and records related to purchase transaction is essential for ensuring transparency, accountability and efficiency, accountability and efficiency in the purchasing cycle. So that is the last step on in the purchasing cycle. Now there are how do we keep the documents? Now some of the organization you have a record room that you are keeping in the record room, and there is a person to look after the record room. Sometimes there is no person, but when you go and to find a document, you will not be able to find out because everything is together. But there are record rooms which has been organized nicely, and one person from that section is maintaining that area. So then it has been properly recorded with the month, year mentioned. So then it will be easy to track. Otherwise, what we can do is now there are third parties that who is undertaking the record keeping. So, but they will be charged amount. But with that, they will be maintaining whatever the records related to, let's say, as per the audit requirement, 3 years or 5 years. So they will be maintaining on behalf of you. If you mention, if you need anything, so you can tell them what is the box number and the details. So then they will provide you the document. Or otherwise, maybe you need to find out the electronic documentation record keeping method. So I think we will note down that also on the same topic. So then it will add value. How do you maintain the document? So we have noted down maintaining documents and record keeping record related to purchase transaction now. Essential to ensure transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the purchasing cycle. Here are some of the key aspects. Under that, note down from comprehensive record keeping. Comprehensive record keeping. Under that, note down maintain detailed records for all procurement activities. Maintain details for all records. Maintain detailed records for all procurement activities, including PR, PO, invoice, delivery receipt, and payment reports. This helps in tracking. This helps in tracking the entire procurement process and provides a clear audit trail. And provides a clear audit trail. TRAIL. Next step, electronic documentation. Electronic documentation. Under that, note down. Use electronic procurement systems. Use electronic procurement systems to store and manage documents. To store and manage documents. This reduces the risk of this reduces the risk of lost or misplaced documents and make it easier to retrieve 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 information when needed. Information when needed. Scanning and digitizing, scanning and digitizing, DIZING, scanning and digitizing paper documents, scanning and digitizing paper documents can also help in maintaining a comprehensive electronic record. Can also help in maintaining a comprehensive electronic record. Third point, organized filing system. Organized filing system. Under that, note down, implement a organized filing system. Implement an organized filing system. Whether electronic or physical, implement an organized filing system, whether electronic or physical, to categorize and store documents systematically. To categorize and store documents systematically. This can include categorizing by the supplier, comma date, or type of document, making it easier to locate, specific records. The last one, access control. Under that, note down, ensure that access to procurement records is controlled. Ensure that access to procurement records is controlled and restricted to authorized persons only. This helps in maintaining the confidentiality, confidentiality. This helps in maintaining the confidentiality and integrity of sensitive information. We will close with another sentence for that. Proper maintenance of procurement documents, proper maintenance of procurement documents and records not only supports efficient operations, not only support efficient operations, but also helps in resolving disputes, conducting audits, and ensuring compliance with legal and regulatory standards. With legal and regulatory standards. So I think now we have discussed today the purchasing cycle. What are the steps involved with the purchasing cycle? And these are the same thing that you all need to check in your organization whether we are following the purchasing cycle standards, whether we are maintaining the required documents according to the way what we discussed, whether we are ascertaining the price according to the way we discussed. So all the steps. So if in addition to that, if there's an exam question, I think I have given a comprehensive note also. So then complete answer is there if you can read and understand. So then you can get the full marks related to the question related to the purchasing cycle. Sometime maybe it will be linked with any other question also with the purchasing principle, so purchasing and material management function. But purchasing cycle almost same, the steps and the uh, brief description into each and every step. So if you have any questions, we can ask. Unless give me 2 3 minutes, I will just check whether we have a past paper. We can start. If you have any questions, you can put it in the chat or ask me. So I hope you can see the screen. So this is one of the past paper for paper one in October 23. So we'll see whether they are familiar with the questions. So the first one, which term refers to a dining system where the guests are served themselves. So now I think these are some of the basic things uh, which we are already aware. The second one, it is the responsibility of this department to maintain cleanliness. I think we have discussed. The front office manager's main function to ensure housekeeping department maintain. So yeah, I think all those things we have discussed. All these areas we have discussed. I think recipe costing we need to discuss, but I have shown you a standard recipe. What does that mean? I think this question is from that. Then ISO standards we need to discuss further, but I hope based on the discussions we have so far, you will be able to answer these type of MCQs. Menus we have discussed. The last one, which we have not discussed. So then that means from this past paper, you will be able to answer 14 questions. So I will share this. Maybe you can take some time and answer that and send me the reply so then we can see. So the expectation anyway, this is the first one which we are going to discuss. So at least you should get more than 20 marks. After we learn uh, further, if we practice further, definitely you should be able to get more than 26. That is the target. So what I can do is this question number 15 also I will uh, put another question. So then maybe you can answer 15 questions and you can even target your time now. Today, sometime maybe you will take half an hours or more than that to answer 15 questions. If that's the case, you need to count that also. Then it will be easy because it is a 3 hour paper. So you can target your time as well. So then let's say now today you have taken 40 minutes. So if it is 40 minutes, then you should be able to reduce it to 30 minutes. So my target is at least 15 questions. Maximum time you can spend is 30 minutes because otherwise you need to keep time for others. So sometimes when I even give first time, sometimes you will be taking 30, 45 minutes, but that's fine because it is your first one. But then later on, if you took 45 minutes, so then you should be able to reduce the timing also because otherwise you will not be able to answer all the questions. So if you can target to 30 minutes by doing this 15 question, then you are covered. So give me 1 minute. I will put uh, another question for question number 15 and I will send this back. I think I can't send it to Teams, it seems. I will put it into the WhatsApp if that's the case. So we can't attach here. I think it is locked. Yeah. I will let me try one more time. So I can't attach, but I have copy paste into your chat. From that also you can take, but I will put the file to WhatsApp group as well, so then everybody can see it from there. So you all can start maybe another 2 3 minutes time, and you can answer and send me the replies also. So after that we will discuss each and every questions. If there are anything from the topic, that also we can go into details and discuss. So then you will refresh your topic what we have so discussed so far also. So some sort of uh, just refreshing the knowledge and some sort of revision together. We are practicing your mock exam after, because I need to make sure that you all are familiar with this area and you can get more than 26 marks. So if that's the case, then I can communicate to CMA to set up the mock exam as well. So then you all can get the expected result in the mock exam. So same way, then it will lead to the final exam as well. So maybe if possible, you can take it from the chat. Otherwise, I will put the question MCQ 15 question into WhatsApp. Yeah, now I think it's in Teams and Teams chat and WhatsApp both. So it's almost 11:38. So you can start. Okay, I think so. We will discuss. I look at both your answers. So then now, you know what the. I'm sure that timing is not a problem, but maybe Chaturanga, I think whatever you have not answered some of the questions, but whatever the answered questions are almost uh, correct. So my target, so we will discuss. So you can mark even by your own and see whether at least because this is 30 marks, so whether you can take 20 marks, just check your marks and mention that. So if I open the paper, I hope you all can see now. So let me know if there is anything that we have not discussed in the class, so then we can discuss that. It is not a problem. And in addition to that, if you all think based on the question that sometime maybe you were not there or maybe not clear of certain things, so that also you can mark. So then those are the things we need to improve. So we don't need to go back and discuss whatever the things we already know. If there is something that we need to discuss even from the first session, if there are areas to be discussed further, please let me know. So then we can discuss. So then before we go on to our next module, so then we need to make sure that we are 100% cover on this area, and we should be able to get the maximum marks even at the mock exam. So that is the ultimate target. And from my side also, I need to make sure that you all are familiar with all the lessons we have discussed so far, because mostly uh, I just explain everything. So now I need to know whether you all understood and whether you are ready for the exam. So that is the target, because we don't know from which areas the questions are. So then therefore we need to study everything and we need to get ready. So this is one paper in October 23. So the first one, which term refers to a dining system where the guests serve themselves. So I think we have studied a menu session. I think we discussed what do you mean by a menu, what are the menus available. I hope you all can remember. A la carte and set menus are the main thing. So in addition to that, there are cocktail menus, children menus, banquet menus, buffet menus, all those things are there. So then there we learn what do you mean by a la carte. A la carte means the guests need to come to the restaurant and based on the menu, they need to order. And there are disadvantages, advantages, etc. We have discussed. And set menu, same way we discuss. So then buffet, now here it's a simple question, which the term refers to a dining system where the guests serve themselves. Now back bar, I mean, there is nothing called back bar in hotel. It is not for the guest. If that is the case, if it is back bar, it is related to the staff. So there is no food on that area. So if there is a food in the back bar, then there is an internal control problem that we need to address separate. So then the cocktail, in a cocktail, mostly cocktail means basically standing. So we serve small snacks type of foods, sandwiches, canapes, and all those things. So the waiter will be serving. So then when it comes to set menu is ideally for some groups. It is a fixed rate. Then you have to pre-order based on your preferences. So then they will be keeping ready once first so the soup, then the main course, and the dessert. So now the question is which term refers to a dining system where the guests get served themselves. So that means basically it's a buffet. It can be even a banquet buffet menu, or maybe in the restaurant, main restaurant, your breakfast, lunch, dinner buffet menu. So therefore, the right answer for question number is buffet. In the buffet, the guests serve by themselves. I hope that is clear. But if you all have any questions, just mark it down after we complete 15 questions, so then we can discuss. Or we still, if we want to, let's say now, if you all want to go to menu session, so we will mark it, and next week maybe we will start that, and we make sure that there are now questions and clarification on that session. That's the way forward. So then the second one, it is the responsibility of this department to maintain cleanliness in the kitchen and to wash the pots and pans used. Yeah, I just copy pasted chat, uh, and I think the question numbers not marked. I couldn't attach. So anyway, don't worry. I also noticed that. So I think now here you can see the answer. So based on that, you can mark your answer based on this discussion. It is not a problem. So this is the paper which I have put into the WhatsApp group, and in the chat box, I also noticed that these numbers are not properly copying. Instead, everything is number two. So I think first one is buffet. Second one, basically now we have discussed organization structure, but that is for one particular purpose. I mentioned if there is a question says uh, draw a organization structure of a five-star hotel. So then that is the structure. But in addition to that, we learn now in the rooms department, we have three sub-departments, housekeeping, front office, laundry. Likewise, food and beverage department, we have food and beverage and kitchen. So under kitchen, there are stewarding. So likewise, we discuss all those things. So then what main department doing, what sub-department is doing, all those things we discuss in our first session. So this is from the first session basically. It is the responsibility of this department to maintain cleanliness in the kitchen and to wash the pots and pans used. So basically, in a hotel, the kitchen steward, steward in that means the chief steward, he is reporting to the chef. So kitchen department, under kitchen department, stewarding section is there. Stewarding section is the one who is doing this one. So therefore, the right answer for this question is answer A. Kitchen stewarding is the one who maintain cleanliness in the kitchen and wash the pots and pans. So what you can do is if you have marked buffet, so you can put 2 marks. If you have marked kitchen stewarding, you can put 2 marks. Actually, if I have done a mistake marking looking at the number, so you can correct it. And if you have marked kitchen stewarding, whatever the number is here, so you can put 2 marks, not a problem. So then if you both mark buffet and kitchen stewarding, so now both of you have 4 marks till now. So question number three, the front office manager's main function is to ensure that the housekeeping department maintains a high quality clean room. So then as a front office manager, he is not looking at the cleanliness and all those things of the rooms because he has some other function, maintain guest reservation, update reservation, check house count and all those things, contact interactive with guests. Those are the function of front office manager. But as a housekeeper, yes, he need to make sure one of his main objective is to maintain high quality clean room. So therefore, as a front office manager, his main duty is not maintaining clean room. So therefore, this statement is not right. It is wrong, false. So answer is question number three. Answer B. Answer B is the right answer. If you have mark false, give two. Otherwise, maybe zero. Question number four. So this is also with the main subject. Basically, we have discussed reservation function. So now in group of hotel, there is something called central reservation system. So then basically there is a team handling the central reservation system. That is the way forward in most of the chain hotels. So then central reservation system allows hotel and their corporate office to access room inventory and make reservation simultaneously. Now concierge is not the answer because they are not entitled for the access of reservation. Front desk, now corporate and front desk because this is also not matching. So then internet is no way. So then the right answer is central reservation system. So I hope you all aware central reservation system. So in a hotel that you have a most of the chain hotels they have a central reservation team. So at hotel level sometimes there can be one person, but some hotels maybe there is no person. So then all calls will be coming to the central team. So then they will handle the calls and they make the reservation for other hotels. So therefore, if there is a central reservation system, so then their corporate office plus hotels, everybody they can see what are the reservation room inventory. and they can do reservation updates and all those things. So therefore, question number 4, right answer is B, central reservation system. So question number 5, we have discussed in the class, I can remember. Whole accounting system. What is whole accounting system? First one is software package to reconcile financial transaction during night only. So whole accounting does not match which that. And C, an accounting system that is employed in a company organize financial information to keep track expenses. So expenses, income, not related to call account. The last one, information system track expense. There is also expenses in material management. So then whole accounting system means what we have discussed is now those days, if there if there is a guest that who want to take a call from his room phone landline, so then it will be recorded automatically in his guest folio and it will be billed. So that is what we call accounting system. I think I got some example. If you don't have a system like this, people can manipulate because they can take the call and ask the front office to take cash, etc. So therefore, call accounting system refers to software package can be used to monitor where calls are being made and from which the phones in the property in conjunction with PABX system and the PMS and a system to automatic bill into guest folios. Once the guest take the call, automatically it will bill into guest folios. So therefore, question number 5, right answer is D, the second one. Question number 6, why the history of the guest is valuable for marketing department. So marketing department, under marketing department we have discussed. So they need to do certain campaigns using the guest history, guest information and all those things. And they can do promotion labels, sending emails, those type of things. So therefore, why the history of the guest is valuable for marketing department? First one is use the guest registration information to target marketing campaign. Yes, they need the history and the information to do target marketing campaign. Develop promotion. Yes, based on the guest details, guest contact history, they can develop certain promotion. They can send mails and all those things. Prepare mailing label. Yes, exactly. Just to send the promotion details and whatever, and not. They can prepare mailing label. So all those things are correct. Why the guest history important for marketing department. So therefore, question number D, all above A, B, C are important. So therefore, question number D, all above is correct. Answer for question number 6 is answer D, all above. Question number 7, I think we have discussed this also some time back. What is gourmet syrup? Gourmet syrup means basically sugar syrup. I think when we are discussing the vegetable cuts, so the same day I have discussed this also. We are not remember, just uh, check on that. But if you need further discussion on these areas, so just let me know which we can do. Gourmet syrup means white sugar syrup. Now, if you see in a recipe, let's say in lime juice recipe, you have 50 ml lime concentrate and uh, 50 ml gourmet syrup. So then you should know what is gourmet syrup, then sugar syrup. So then if it is gourmet syrup, you need to have a cost of sugar syrup. If it is 50 ml lime concentrate, you should know what is the 50 ml cost of lime concentrate, whether you are using fresh lime or cordial. All those things are important when we are going for recipe costing. So question number 7, answer C is the right answer. Question number 8, we have discussed, remember, beverage, category-wise beverage, non-alcoholic, alcoholic. Then the alcoholic will be divided into whiskey, gin, rum, vodka, tequila, cocktail, aperitifs, etc. So then there we have discussed what are the brand names comes under cocktail, beer, aperitifs, etc. So when it comes to aperitifs, we have discussed Insano, Campari, Ricard, all those things are aperitifs. So therefore, question number 8, Ricard. Ricard means it's aperitif. So the right answer for question number 8 is answer D. Question number 9. Following are the duties of executive housekeeper. First one is recommended and monitor the housekeeping budget and plan for the year. So basically, as a housekeeper, yes, we need to prepare and give inputs for the budget. He need to prepare his own department budget and he need to plan for the year. So the first one is correct as a housekeeper. The second one, lead, train, and motivate housekeeping staff. So as HOD in the housekeeping department, yes, he need to train and motivate his people. So he need to lead the team. Second also correct. Third one, approve expenses of housekeeping department. Yes, I think today also we discussed even a PR raised by housekeeping associate. So you need to approve. If somebody from the housekeeping department, if they need to order any item from the stores, the requisition should be approved by the housekeeping. So approve expenses of housekeeping department should be done by the housekeeper. So first, second, third are correct. So the fourth one, ensure safety and hygiene of the hotel. So safety and hygiene will not be a responsibility of the housekeeper, safety and hygiene. If at all, it has to be your health and safety officer, or sometime maybe there are different aspects, mainly safety and hygiene under health and safety officer. Sometime maybe safety is under, if you don't have health and safety, so then safety is under security, hygiene is under chair. So therefore, the question number 9, right answer is answer B. 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 3 are correct. Question number 9, answer B. Question number 10, following are liqueurs. Earlier we discussed aperitifs. Liqueurs mainly used to prepare cocktails. So famous liqueurs are Tia Maria, Triple Sec, Cointreau, Grand Mania, etc. So now here, first one is Cointreau, Tia Maria, Triple Sec. Those are liqueurs. Ale, Stout, Pilsner, those are beers. Margarita, Bullfrog, Mojito, those are cocktails. Campari, Cinzano is aperitif. Martell is cognac. So therefore, question number 10, right answer is answer A. Point to Tia Maria triple sec. Question number 11, tea is prepared from the leaf, bud, and top leaves of tropical evergreen bush called Camellia tensil. So the question number 11, right answer is answer B. So the other names I think we have not discussed in the class. Only the name we discussed in the class is answer B. That is the plant that we taken for tea leaves. Question number 12. Ascertain a standard recipe is a written document on the method of preparing a dish with portion size, list of ingredients and their quantity, and reason standard operating instruction for kitchen department to perform its task for food preparation. So then the question is both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation to describe the standard recipe. Question number B, both A and R are true and A is the correct explanation to describe the standard recipe. So then we'll see the A standard recipe is written document on the method of preparing a dish with portion size, list of ingredients and their quantity. That is the definition we have discussed in order to maintain the recipe. But our standing operator instruction for kitchen department, that is also correct when it comes to a recipe. There are standing operating instructions have been given. But according to the point A, correct explanation to describe the standard recipe is R. So that is not the correct explanation. A is the correct explanation. So therefore, question number 12, right answer is answer B. So we can't take C and D because it says R is false, A is false. Both are correct. But the correct definition gives with first one, number A. So therefore, question number 12, right answer is answer B. If you have done a mistake, just mark the answer and I have sent the question paper so you can recheck and if there's anything, discuss with me. That is question number 12. So we go to question number 13. What is meant by ISO 9000 standard? But don't worry if you have done a mistake on this area, which we'll be discussing further on health and safety certificates, because in one of the session we have just discussed what are the certification is there for hotel, but we need to further discuss on that topic. So if you have done a mistake, so that is fine for this. What is meant by ISO 9000 standard? Basically, ISO 9000 is defined as a set of international standards on quality management and quality assurance, developed to help companies effectively document the quality system elements need to maintain efficient quality system. So basically ISO 9000 depend on the quality standards, quality management and quality system. So therefore question number 13 right answer is answer A. So we'll have a separate discussion what are the ISO certification, what does that mean, how do we get and what HACCP means, all those things we will discuss. Question number 14. Which of the following menu provides choice of items? I think we have discussed when we are starting also. The first one is the right answer, a la carte. In a la carte menu, so we can select based on our choices. If you are a seafood lover, you can go to a restaurant and you can order seafood. But if you are, let's say, if you are more interested in vegetarian, then you can order vegetarian, not like set menu or buffet. Question number 14, right answer is answer A. So question number 15, I think I have given you a new one. Let me check that also. Question number 15, I think what I have given you is effective interdepartment communication. That is our second subject. Effective interdepartment communication in hotel is essential for ensuring guest satisfaction. Yes, we need to make sure guest satisfaction. Streamline operation. Yes, we need to streamline operation. I hope you all can remember that when we are discussing, we discussed that especially in a banquet, many banquet event. So the banquet manager need to get hold of everybody. Why? We need to have a better interdepartment